zingen, om hem te maken. Zo op dezelfde manier wordt God hier aanwezig, als zijn koning, zeg maar. Ja. Zo, en wij komen 's ochtends om 4:30 komen we hier samen met de gemeenschap. En dan zingen we voor Krishna. Kijk, dan hebben we de trommels. Nog cymbalen. Dat is voor de begeleiding van het zingen. En dan zingen we deze mantra die hier op het bord staat. Hare Krsna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. En dat zijn dus drie verschillende namen. En dat zijn de namen van God. Krishna betekent de alaantrekkelijke persoon. En God is alaantrekkelijk. Want alles komt uit hem voort, alles bevindt zich in hem. Dus alles wat mooi en aantrekkelijk is, is eigenlijk Krishna zelf. En Rama betekent het bron van vreugde, van spirituele vreugde. En Hare betekent de liefde, liefdesenergie van God. God is één, hij is onveranderlijk, maar hij heeft heel veel energieën Hij heeft heel veel energie en een van zijn energieën is de liefdesenergie. En dat staat hiernaast. Nou, je ziet Krishna met zijn fluit en naast hem staat Radha. Dat is zijn eeuwige metgezellin. Dat is de oorspronkelijke koppel, zeg maar. Man en vrouw, dat is de koppel. En Krishna is de oorspronkelijke man en Radha is de oorspronkelijke vrouw. En ze zijn eeuwig. Ze zijn in een relatie. Maar dat is dus dit gebed, daar zeggen we dus alaantrekkelijke Heer, bron van onuitputtelijke liefde, vreugde, laat mij met liefde dienen. Maar foto's maken. Ja. Dus dat is een gebed. En kijk, we hebben zo'n zakje. En in zo'n zakje daar zit een paternoster. In België zeggen we paternoster. Ik zeg al leuk, want ik woon zo lang in België. Ik woon al lang in België en de meeste ik woon 42 jaar in België. Ja, dan ben ik in België ondertussen. Alleen mijn accent nog niet.
Komt wel, hè?
Ja, nee, dat komt niet. Als ik 42 jaar niet ben, dan is het te laat. Maar ja. Hier, dan hebben we 108 kralen en in elke kraal zeggen we zo'n mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. En ja, in de Bijbel staat het namelijk ook, als je mijn naam aanroept, zegt God, dan zal je behouden worden. En in de Veda staat het ook, als je de naam van God aanroept, dan zal God je behouden. Maar je moet wel met liefde doen. Het is niet alleen maar, niet ritualistisch. Nee, met liefde en intentie. Vanuit de ziel moet je dat doen. Dat is het idee. En dat doen we dus privé zo. Kijk, we zitten hier aan het zakje zitten ook nog kralen. Er zijn 16 kralen. En elke keer als we zo'n liefde gedaan hebben, dan schuiven we in zo'n kraaltje op. En dat duurt ongeveer 2 tot 2,5 uur. Ja, als het een paar jaar duurt, dan gaat het iets sneller, dan kijk je 2 jaar. Er zijn mensen die kunnen het in 1,5 uur doen, maar zeg maar gemiddeld 2 uur. En duurt dat. En dat als we dus zijn ingewijd door de geestelijke leraar, dan beloven we dus om die mantra elke dag 16 keer zo lang te doen, minimaal. En dat doen we dus ook met zang, en dan komen we hier samen, 's ochtends vroeg.
Waarom met 16?
Ja, kijk, in India doen ze er 64. 64, kijk, er zitten 16 en er zitten hier ook nog 4. Dus als je hier 16 bent, dan kan je hier 1 keer naar beneden, 2, 3, 4, dus 64. Toen onze leraar in 1965 kwam hij naar het westen en toen, ja, uit zijn traditie deed iedereen 64 keer zo, dat is ongeveer 8 uur per dag. Maar hij zag dat er in het westen zat dat er niet in, vooral als je een baan hebt, als je dan ook nog 8 uur per dag moet Ja, dat zal ik je voorzien. Ik zal de melodie en de ritme.
Allemaal samen?
Dan alles samen.
Zo wel eens.
Ja.
Maar het hoeft niet, hè? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nog één keer voor de borst. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nou, dat ging heel goed. Dat is dus het proces voor deze eeuw. Het zingen of het herhalen van de namen van God. En dan, staat trouwens ook in de Bijbel, hè. Dus eigenlijk heel veel religies hebben heel veel overeenkomsten. En daar staat dus dat de naam van God is niet verschillend van God zelf. Dus als je het met liefde en toewijding herhaalt, dan is God ook aanwezig in die naam zelf. En dat is dus de makkelijkste manier om met God in aanraking te komen. En ook die naam, die zuivert de geest, onze gedachten, van alle materiële zaken, zeg maar. Zo, dat is het. Hier links ziet u, er zijn ook twee figuren hier, dat is Lord Chaitanya en Lord Nityananda. Die kwamen in de 15e eeuw in Bengaal, kwamen ze dus deze mantra propageren, als zijnde de mantra voor bevrijding in deze eeuw.
Mag ik wachten?
Ja, natuurlijk.
Het is spiritueel, zeg maar, het middenpunt, hè? De ziel, zeg maar.
Ja.
Waarom wordt er een offergave gedaan? Want het is iets materieels, hè? Het is iets
Ja, dat is een goede vraag. Ja, kijk, het punt is, wij zijn materieel geconditioneerd. Wij hebben een materieel lichaam. En wij gebruiken het lichaam in dienst van God. En zo wordt het lichaam gespiritualiseerd, zullen we maar zeggen in het Engels. Kijk, in deze eeuw is het onmogelijk om zomaar te gaan zitten en te mediteren en helemaal niks meer te doen. Wij moeten actief zijn. Dus ons proces is gebaseerd om de materiële dingen in dienst van God te gebruiken. Dus ik gebruik nu mijn stem om jullie te vertellen over Krishna. En jullie gebruiken nu je oren en jullie horen over Krishna. En je kan je handen gebruiken om te koken voor Krishna of te werken voor Krishna. En je benen kan je gebruiken om naar Krishna te lopen. En je hersenen, je intelligentie kan je gebruiken om naar Krishna. Oh, yes. Zij kan het niet, zegt ze. Nou, dat zal ik niet doen. Kijk, er wordt aan het eind van zijn eredienst op het schelphorn geblazen. Maar dat zal ik dan maar even doen. Dat
50 jaar waar.
ja, ik hoop dat het lukt deze keer. Ja, zie je wel. Onze hersenen zijn ook materieel, onze gedachten zijn ook materieel. Maar wij gebruiken dus die materiële zaken in dienst van God. En dan op een gegeven ogenblik komt het vanuit de ziel. Dan raakt, door dit proces, raakt de ziel gezuiverd van zijn materiële gehechtheden. En dat dus door het gebruiken van onze zintuigen, van onze intelligentie, in dienst van God, krijgen we liefde voor God. En liefde is iets wat van de ziel komt. Dat komt niet uit het lichaam. Dat komt van de ziel. Dus wij gebruiken, we hebben zo'n groot kasteel. Sommige mensen vragen het ook. Jullie hebben het over de onthechting van het materiële. Kijk, het is zo'n groot kasteel met allemaal mooie versieringen en zo. Nou, dat is dus, wij gebruiken dit kasteel in dienst van Krishna. Als hier geen kasteel was, kwamen mensen hier niet bezoeken. Als we onder een boom hadden gezeten, dan had niemand geen interesse om te kijken. Nu komen er veel bezoekers om hier Krishna te zien. En dan zeg je, ja, dan staat Krishna op het altaar. Ja, dat is ook een materiële vorm. Maar dat is geen materiële vorm. Het is de vorm van God die onwaarschijnlijk materiële gedaan heeft aangenomen. Om ons tegemoet te komen. Ja, dat is ook Sanskriet.
Oké.
Ja, maar kijk, Sanskriet heeft andere letters. Dat is een ander alfabet. Maar dat hebben we dan vertaald. Of, ja, wij niet. Oh, dat is een Nederlandse. Ja, dat komt goed uit. Even kijken hoor. Kijk, hier zie je, dat is het Sanskriet. Dus de Sanskriet. En dan hier zo in de letters die je kan lezen, als ik een beeld zou hebben. Dat staat hier. Nee, vers ken ik niet. Nou ja, Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo, Mata Sarvam Pravavate, Itimat Vavayantiman, Buddha Bhava Samamvita. Dat is dan, ja, dit is dit vers niet. Dat is vers 10, nou ja, nu nog geen voorbeeld. Dat is een vers die je hoeft te lezen, want ik ken dat nog. Ik heb geen beeld bij me. Maar er staat alles, ik ben de oorsprong van alle materiële en geestelijke werelden. Alles komt uit mij voort. De wijzen die dit begrijpen, zullen mij met liefde dienen. Dat is dan deze, en dan is er een betekenisverklaring, staat erachter. En dan vertaling, betekenisverklaring. Dus ja, alles is in Sanskriet vertaald, uit het Sanskriet vertaald naar het Engels. En dan vanuit het Engels hebben we het vertaald naar het Nederlands. En ja, zoveel talen in de wereld. Beantwoordt dat een beetje uw vraag? Over waarom, ja, materieel. Kijk, wij zijn materieel geconditioneerd. Dus als wij een religie willen oefenen, dan moeten we de materiële lichaam en de materiële stem en de materiële stem, onze oren, onze ogen, die gebruiken we om Krishna op het altaar te zien. Onze oren, die gebruiken we om over Krishna te horen. En onze mond gebruiken we over Krishna te spreken. En onze hersenen gebruiken we om aan Krishna te denken. En op die manier wordt Krishna aanwezig in ons bewustzijn. Als je altijd over FC Antwerpen spreekt en over FC Antwerpen hoort en FC Antwerpen denkt, dan raak je helemaal vervuld van FC Antwerpen. Je ziet ze misschien wel, ik geef maar een voorbeeld, er zijn zoveel voetbalclubs. Sommige mensen zijn helemaal geabsorbeerd in een voetbalclub, ze praten over niks anders dan voetballen, ze hebben overal vlaggetjes van, nou wij doen het zelf met Krishna, wij praten over niks anders, ja dat zou dus moeten. Wij hebben overal schilderijen van Krishna hangen. En dan ogenschijnlijk lijken het materiële zaken, maar die laten ons Krishna herinneren. Die laten ons op Krishna. En ja, Krishna is niet een sectarisch iemand. Krishna is God, is voor iedereen. Het is alleen een naam die deze keer gebruiken. Oké, we gaan nu naar de volgende verdieping. Maar ja, kijk, daarachter daar zit onze leraar, die uit India is gekomen.
De stichter.
De stichter, ja, de stichter van onze beweging. Nou, de beweging is al heel oud,
Ja.
maar dit is een tak van de beweging, de westerse tak, zeg maar. Ik zal het licht uitdoen. Ja, ik zie overal schilderijen geweest. Op de muur.
Een nootje voor Dasha. Sorry? Ik denk dat ik het ook niet.
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna avec son frère Balaram. Hare Krishna danse avec son frère Balaram. Et la communauté ici, Radhadesh, le nom sont bien. Alors dimanche, c'est l'anniversaire de Balaram. Alors on fait le fils de Krishna et Balaram, sur un bateau, avec son frère.
Non, c'était l'élément de lotus. Après, ben, j'avais le nom du phare, et puis après, le lotus qui vient.
C'est beau, hein?
C'est magnifique.
Alors ici, on voit trois formes de Krishna. Au milieu, c'est sa forme originale, et à côté de Krishna, il y a Radharani, et deux copies de Radharani.
Et ici, à droite, là.
Et à droite, les trois statues, j'ai parlé des chars, on fait le défilé.
Oui.
Alors on met les trois statues sur les chars.
Ok. Mais les autres, oui.
Le noir, c'est aussi Krishna. Le blanc, c'est son frère Balaram. Et la jaune, c'est la sœur de Krishna.
Ok.
À gauche, ça c'est Krishna Chaitanya et Nityananda. Et ceux ils sont venus il y a 500 ans, surtout pour chanter le mantra Krishna.
Ah oui. Donc ça c'est un mantra complet, ça fait.
Ouais. C'est ça qu'on va chanter aussi dans la vie.
D'accord.
Là, nous avons un petit sac, dans le sac il y a notre chapelet.
Ah oui.
Il y a 108 pelles. Avec le chapelet, chaque pelle on dit une fois le mantra.
Ah. Et elles sont calmentées avec
C'est du bois.
du bois.
C'est un plante spécial, elle s'appelle basilic sacré. Vous voyez les deux plantes, ça c'est le basilic sacré.
Ah.
Mais en Inde ils sont plus grands et plus élevés.
Ouais. Oh. C'est bien.
Ouais, c'est vrai. On fait des offrandes et on met des petites feuilles sur les offrandes.
Ah ouais. Et ça, vous avez une plantation quelque part en Belgique pour ça. Tout ça.
On prend un seul ici, c'est pour ça. Parce que c'est un plante exotique.
Je crois qu'avec l'été qu'on a eu, on vient sortir prochainement avec des choses.
Alors le matin, entre 5h15 et 7h15, il y a 5 prêtres, ça peut être aussi des femmes, qui vont sur l'autel, faire le vidéo et après ils vont changer que le vêtement.
Ah oui.
Alors chaque matin et chaque soir, c'est une autre couleur.
Wow. Et pour quelle raison?
C'est pour montrer notre dévotion à Krishna. Et 6 fois par jour, on cuisine pas végétarien. On est ici, on fait des prières et après on distribue la nourriture.
Et le blé est venu en ce moment-là?
Et si vous voulez, vous pouvez toujours manger avec nous à la nuit.
Oui, ben, de toute façon, pour se passer un restaurant et tout.
Le matin, on fait aussi des guirlandes avec des vraies fleurs.
Parce qu'on a mis dans la vidéo, ça fait un peu ça. Et c'est du lotus, non?
Oui.
C'est pas avec des pièces ou
Oui.
des perles? Ça reste tout comme ça ou ça?
Non, ça change.
Ça change aussi? Ah ouais. Ah ouais, je comprends qu'il faut 2 heures.
Le dimanche, avec la fête, 5 fois par an, on fait notre. Et quand on chante, on a aussi des instruments de musique. On a
Des percussions. Et ça, vous apprenez ou vous faites libre?
Oui, il y a des gens qui. Vous jouez de la musique?
Oui, je joue du didgeridoo, moi. De la flûte amérindienne aussi. Et un petit peu de djembé, même un petit peu. Ouais. J'ai vu qu'il y avait dans la boutique le didgeridoo.
Ah oui.
Il y en a. Mais ça c'est de décoration, on va dire.
Quoi?
C'était de décoration. Ouais. Si j'ai regardé les fondus, donc on a vu le son sera plus bon. Ouais. C'est tous les peuples premiers, les Amérindiens, les Aborigènes.
Ouais.
Ça j'aime bien.
Et ça, c'est des saints.
Ouais. Et il y a des flûtes. Vous jouez de la flûte?
On n'en parle pas beaucoup.
Ouais.
Le troisième instrument, c'est l'harmonium.
Ah oui.
Je vais jouer un peu et en même temps je vais chanter le mantra. Et si vous voulez, la deuxième fois, on peut chanter ensemble.
Ouais. Merci.
Als er een mantra speciaal is, dan pas de son materieel, c'est le son spirituel. Parce que c'est le nom de Dieu, quand on chante, c'est le nom de Dieu dans n'importe quelle religion, on peut sentir son présence. Et c'est pour ça que nous avons aussi chanté dans la rue.
Pour que les gens sortent.
Alors après ça, il y a aussi quelqu'un qui écrit un verset, c'est en sanskrit, et après on le chante et un maître qui donne la traduction en anglais.
D'accord.
Et après une conférence de 30-40 minutes. Donc, c'est tous les jours un autre verset, un autre personne.
Donc ça change tout le temps, toute l'année, toute la vie, quelque part.
Mais on a plus que 30 livres.
Ouais. Oui, oui.
Et avant la lecture, on chante aussi pour notre fondateur et on lui donne une guirlande de fleurs. Et ici, vous voyez une caméra, alors les programmes sont enregistrés et après diffusés par Internet. Est-ce que vous avez sur Facebook ou YouTube?
Oui, on est là-bas. C'est une statue de Radhadesh.
Je ne sais pas quel.
Non, c'est un mental.
Ah oui, il n'est pas très grand,
Ah oui. Ça dégage quelque chose.
c'est dur à dire. Il y a
Oh,
toujours
oui,
des
oui.
au dernier moment qui vont
Comme d'habitude.
venir ou ils vont annuler.
Ouais. C'est bon, on m'a rien dit, moi je sais que demain matin j'ai 3 courses à faire.
C'était juste savoir déjà si tu venais.
Des
fois tu viens,
Mais
la deuxième chose aussi de voir si tu allais vouloir aller en voiture parce qu'il y a plus de demandes, mais on passe en voiture. Là j'ai gagné, j'ai emprunté la voiture à Mina. Toutes les voitures sont pleines.
je dois aller chercher, j'ai 3 courses demain matin.
Mais à Amsterdam, tu vas obtenir.
Je n'y vais pas si c'est trop loin.
C'est tout à partir à 8h, on s'en parle.
Non, c'est à Amsterdam, aller-retour, c'est 8 heures de bus. C'est ça. Si c'était moi, j'aurais pu se arriver en voiture, mais 8 heures de bus. T'as entendu, j'ai discuté le matin avec, je ne sais pas si tu connais Radhadesh de Paris.
Non, je connais, mais j'aime bien.
Il m'a dit hier, Hydraniumnation, il devait faire un réunion à Paris. Il y avait plein de démos, mais personne n'avait prévenu dans le ministère de la Ville de Paris. Ils ont été arrêtés et ils n'ont pas pu faire leur réunion, ils étaient place Saint-Michel et ils ont dit que s'ils faisaient jamais le marina, tout le monde allait avoir une amende administrative. Donc ils n'ont pas pu faire leur réunion. Ils sont montés de la nouvelle Mayapur jusqu'à Paris.
Parce que j'imagine, normalement, ils ne demandent pas, mais quand tu arrives de.
C'est ça. Si c'est un petit groupe, ça va pas.
J'ai été 4 ans en stand, j'ai rien demandé.
Bah oui, je suis bien.
J'ai pris le risque.
Non,
Parce que je savais qu'en stand, ils vous autorisaient pas.
Ouais.
Donc ça ne servait à rien de demander.
Ouais, non,
Et la deuxième chose, c'est que je savais qu'on dit on a investi sur la plage.
ouais, son apport, ça, c'est mal.
Dans les rues de shopping, ils sont stricts.
Mais
Ils n'auraient pas fait dans la ville.
j'ai été étonné ça, mais j'ai eu la chance de faire plusieurs batailles à stade ici, mais à Paris, j'ai été un petit peu refroidi parce qu'il y avait tellement de policiers, tellement de CRS. Mais bon, on m'a expliqué qu'ils passaient dans des quartiers un petit peu, je présume que c'était dans des quartiers musulmans, c'est moi qui dis ça, c'était refroidissant parce que c'était vraiment. Quand on a fait des rappels à Prague, que ce soit à Cologne ou à Trèves ou à Anvers, il y avait un petit peu de police, rien du tout. Mais là, à Paris, bon.
Online stuff.
Some things I can I need to still send them off tomorrow. I'm confirming the number of the registration. I need to make some payments. I need to buy gas for getting in the city. I need to send out the email to the Amsterdam the wages. I need to send out bus companies for the bus I need to take today for the first week. Getting a
Beter met een stoel.
Zodat je niet in de tempo.
Beter met een stoel.
Beter met de stoel.
Huh?
The one that you the proposal done.
Heel positief.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's hardly any of us, so you're going to have to sing extra loud while we wait for everybody else. Are you able to play hotels? There's no one here to play hotels. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, Srila Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, Srila Gurudev, Nittai Gaura Haribo, Gaura Haribo, Nittai 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 Gaura Haribo, Haribo from India, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasad Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Pranami Namaste Saraswati Gauravani Pujani Nirvishesha Sunyani Paschitya Deshitaya Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanchakapatrabhischa Kripa Sindhavescha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So, was anybody up all night because of their exercise yesterday? The churning that we did over forgiveness? Or did you have a peaceful night because you got some things off your chest? I'm sure different people had different experiences. But sometimes, we lose sleep over important things. Sometimes we have to lose sleep over important things. And then we rest well when we sort the problem out. So today is the last day of our 3-part seminar on deepening Vaishnava relationships and transforming Vaishnava Aparad. I'm not going to summarize everything because at the end I'll kind of conclude. So yesterday we focused on forgiveness. Thursday we focused on Vaishnava Aparad and actually transforming it to Vaishnava Seva. So looking at each of the aparads and the reciprocal seva for it, or the contrasting seva for it. And then we looked at the assumptions we had about forgiveness, the illusions we have about forgiveness, the misconceptions that hold us back from forgiving. Then we looked at what forgiveness does mean, what it does mean, what happens when we do forgive, the changes that take place in us, the changes that take place in the other person and also in the situation. And we also looked at some of the damaging effects of not forgiving. Then we went through an exercise where we had to think about somebody who, in our community or our family, who has really, hurt you and you haven't forgiven yet. We went through ways you might recognize that you might have not forgiven them. We went in depth. What do they do? How do you feel when you think about them? How do you behave when you're around them? We looked at what you feel would be the best justice or best outcome. What are you waiting for? We talked about this hot coal that we're waiting to throw at the person we resent or haven't forgiven. But we also look at how it's hurting ourselves. So, we're using the hot coal to describe what the resentment is, but each of us has a different type of resentment, a different type of outcome we're looking for, which is often based in terms of justice, what we feel is the right outcome. We also thought about why do we doubt that Krishna will be able to, or is willing to make amends or make corrections? Why do we feel that we have to be holding on to resentment, like a reminder to him that, this person has done me wrong, and if I forget or if I forgive, you're not going to come through. So doubts, perhaps in our relationship with Krishna. Then we started moving into the realm of, let's shift from resentment to a space of, because we've looked at the pain, we've looked at it closely, we've identified it, we've identified our doubts. Because we're all here because we accept Krishna as, our greatest protector, our greatest friend. Otherwise you wouldn't have dedicated your lives to this temple or dedicated your lives to a process that ultimately gets us ready for our next life, a life of unconditional love. So what have we then learnt? What have we learnt from that situation? Let's move into a space of gratitude. What did you learn from this difficult situation, this person who's hurt you so much? Maybe that person is yourself. Maybe you can't forgive yourself for the mistake you made. But what have you learned from the mistake that you made? Because when we forgive, we're then able to take proper action. Yesterday we ended on self-resentment and being angry at ourselves, because this is a very important part of forgiveness. We forget that we don't just become angry at other people, we often become quite upset with ourselves. We expect ourselves to be perfect. In fact, it's so natural for us to be perfect because that is our natural state. Our natural state is to be perfect. We're from perfection, we're connected to perfection, we're loved by perfection. And Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita that we are amazing, we're perfect. We have no beginning, no end, nothing can burn us, wet us, destroy us. He says, you're amazing. That's what he tells to Arjuna, that the soul's amazing. So we know this. So it's natural then that we seek perfection here. But we seek perfection in the imperfect. And so we end up trying to create a perception of perfection. And in creating a perception of perfection, when we fail, we get angry at ourselves. And we don't forgive ourselves for the mistakes we've made. And we're hard on ourselves, and this creates guilt. Not the guilt that's healthy, that creates insight, but toxic guilt that puts a wall between us and Krishna. That echoes, mind just keeps echoing that, your mistakes and your lack of qualities is stronger than Krishna's love. And so we say to Krishna, this is the wall I'm going to put up, my wall of guilt. And this actually affects our relationship with ourselves. affects our relationship with other people. Because when we're always feeling guilty, we put a wall up around everyone, don't we? We feel like we shouldn't be there. When you feel guilty, how does it feel? You feel shame, right? You shouldn't be here, you don't make eye contact. You know, even if you're there in front of your guru, the person who inspires you most, you feel like, oh, I should just stand at the back. Guilt is very different to humility. Guilt is very different to humility. Bhakti Swami gives a really nice description. He describes humility as a tree that bears so much fruit that it bows down from the weight of its fruit. It's actually a person who recognizes the gifts that Krishna has given them, naturally is going to bow down by the weight of those gifts, because there's a gratitude for what Krishna has given us rather than a guilt for the mistakes that we make. So self-forgiveness is important. And people who are self-forgiving also forgive others very easily, because we are aware of the burden of guilt, right? And we are aware of the damage. Remember the first aparadh is don't kill a Vaishnav, and we said the reciprocal Vaishnav seva is to, what's the opposite of killing a Vaishnav? Protect. So protect a Vaishnav and protect their practice and their spiritual life. Right? So in this way our relationships protect each other's spiritual life. So it's, I won't say too much more about forgiveness, guilt and toxic guilt, because guilt and toxic guilt, we can say much more detail, but the principles are pretty much the same. If you were to apply that same exercise we did, but putting yourself in the center and the mistake that you made, you'd be able to move to a position of gratitude to Krishna for, in spite of your mistake, keeping you here, and gratitude that because of that mistake you've learned something and you're doing something differently. What guilt stops us from doing is it stops us from changing, because it's turned inwards resentment. Just like when we resent others, we stop them from changing. We keep them fixed in that position and that idea of what we think of them. Right? Let's put it another way. If somebody is angry at us and they hold our mistakes against us, don't you find that when you're around them, you make even more mistakes? Isn't it? So we do the same. When we don't forgive others, we keep them in the same place where we experience that trauma. So we don't just keep ourselves in the same place of reliving that trauma, we also keep them there. Our attitude is so powerful. This is why the third verse of the Shikshastakam, after Lord Chaitanya in the first two verses tells us the glories and the power of the holy name, the third verse focuses on the attitude we need to chant, because he is really very emphatic about the fact that it's not just what we do, it's the attitude we have when we engage in those activities, which is so important. The impact of the offence, because this question always comes up in our community, right? But what if the person doesn't take offence, right? Is there still a reaction? This question is always asked. If someone's not actually offended by it, is there still a reaction? So, we're going to look at three things here, because today's session focuses much more on compassion. But how do we get there? So, on the one hand, let me give you an example. So we have in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Chaitanya Bhagavat, there's the example of Rupa Kaviraj. And he was somebody who was a very exalted soul. He was actually in the advanced stages of Bhav and even the beginning stages of Prem. Very advanced, okay? And he was used to having big audiences listen to his classes. He was known to be very magnanimous, scholarly. He was very, very attractive because of the way he spoke and his realization. And at the same time, there was another very exalted Vaishnavi called Krishna Priya Thakurani. And she was also a great exalted soul. She wasn't a speaker, so to speak. She didn't give classes on it, but she was very, very attached to the Lord. And she was very attentive. And she was a very exalted soul. In fact, she was so exalted that she couldn't help but chant constantly. And sometimes, devotees, if you watch Prabhupada Memories, some of his disciples say that Prabhupada was amazing. When you were near him, he'd be speaking to you, he'd be doing something, but in the back of his throat, you could always hear the Mahamantra. And that's powerful. So she was one of these personalities that just wouldn't stop flowing from her. And so she walked into his class and she sat down and she was listening very attentively. But whilst listening very attentively, she also she was chanting. And he got irritated with her. He said, how can you do two things at the same time? And she said, I can't help it. This is just what comes out of my mouth. I can't stop saying the holy names. And he got very upset, but he had a very condescending manner, a very critical manner, rather than a reverential mood and a respectful mood. How many people come in who are chanting at the same time and you say to them, how can you do two things at the same time? And they say, I can't help but chant. Have you met anyone who can't, when they're walking, just the holy name just emanates from their entire being? So he didn't recognize this. She didn't take any offense, but because his mood was very critical, very condescending, he thought ill of a Vaishnav and he got angry at a Vaishnav. And he didn't check it, nor did he apologize. So even though she didn't accept the offense, he went on to, now it took some time for the reaction of the offense to manifest, because he had so many followers and so many people had been influenced by him. He could continue, still attracting crowds, still giving classes. But then he started preaching a philosophy that didn't make any sense, and saying things like people didn't really need to follow the rules and regulations and didn't really have to chant. And then he got leprosy and he got very unwell. And actually his reaction afterwards, after he left his body, was to haunt offenders, was to haunt people who made Vaishnava Parad. So, so even though Krishna Priya Thakurani did not take offense, there was a reaction. Now why? Okay, why? So that you can liken it to the example of a thief. Okay? So Shama is forgiveness, it's the Sanskrit term for forgiveness. A thief steals a car. The person who they steal the car from might not be that bothered. Now I've got 1,000 cars, or they're not so attached to their car. Look, okay, if you felt the need to steal, you obviously need the car more than me. Because to steal, you have to really overcome your own character, your own worries about doing the wrong thing. It's hard to steal. It's not easy to be a thief. So if somebody's done something like that, we can have an attitude, if you needed to steal that from me, you clearly needed it more than I do, because there's something in you that's pushing you to just take it. So maybe there's no offense received on the part of the person who's been stolen from. Now, the thief realizes what they've done, and the thief says, okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to apologize to the person. In the meantime, the thief sold the car, got some money. The thief goes, knocks on the door, says, I'm really sorry, I'm the person who stole your car, and explains themselves. And the person says, okay, the rich person or whoever it is in that says, it's okay, you probably needed it more than I do. It's fine, thank you very much, I forgive you. Now, will the thief still have to go to prison? Yes, they'll still have to go to prison. Why? Because what they haven't done is engaged in getting the person's anugraha. So anugraha is favor. So as well as apologizing, we must get the person's favor also. Okay? Because we also offend others. We did our exercise yesterday to look at people who have maybe offended us, but we also offend others. So anugraha means favor. Favor means someone's favorability, that they're now on our side. So there's the difference between, moving from, I forgive you, I'm no longer upset with you, or I never took offense in the first place, you're still neutral. But to favor someone is different, isn't it? You want something, you're now thinking of them favorably, right? You have a positive mindset to them. So in order to gain the person's favor, what could he do? He could return the car, he could give them the money for the car. It's then no longer really so much that they've stolen it. And the person might say, okay, well, you're paying me back for that. Oh, okay, that's very kind of you. Please come. Oh, we need to arrest him. He stole the car. No, it's okay. Don't worry, I don't want to press charges. Okay, I don't want to press charges. Now, in our communities, we often think about, forgiveness, compassion, being kind to each other, burning off karma. We think about our relationships often in quite a transactional way, don't we? That this will be good for my spiritual life. Let me apologize. I don't want to make offenses. I want to keep the peace. Or we avoid out of fear, right? We avoid confrontation. But think about a time in your life when you found it easy to give or forgive, or a person that you find easy to forgive. Can you think of someone that you find it really easy to forgive when they upset you? Right? What's the difference between the person you find really easy to forgive? What's the difference in your relationship with them and the relationship you have with the person you find difficult to forgive? You love them. You love them. Right? So love easily invites forgiveness. It easily invites favour, because you always think favourably of the person you love. But it takes it even further. It attracts karuna. Karuna is compassion. Compassion. That's not only that I think favourably of you, but I can also feel your pain. Okay, and I'm willing, I love you so much, I'm willing to accept your pain so that you don't have to suffer. Now imagine someone offends you. Not only do you forgive them, not only do you think favourably of them because they've done something remedial, but actually you don't want them to suffer. If you've ever loved anyone, you can think about a time when they did something to you, that person did or said something to you. Maybe you're close to your children, or you have a very good friend, or your parents, or maybe you have a colleague or someone you serve with, that it doesn't matter how many ups or downs you have, somehow or another, you find it very easy to forgive. Not only do you find it easy to forgive, you find you're always thinking favourably of them, and you find yourself actually very compassionate towards their needs. You really feel their pain. This concept of paradokha dukhi, right? A saintly person feels the pain and the happiness of others. So I want you to identify one person in your life that you love so much that you actually find it not only easy to forgive them, but also easy to continue thinking favourably of them, and easy to still feel their pain and their joy. Think of one person. Repeat the question?
Of the person, yes, the question.
Yeah. Do you want me to write it?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you
Because
can.
you speak fast.
I do. I'm sorry. So to think of someone you love so much that forgiving them is easy. Thinking favourably of them is easy. And furthermore, you feel their pain and happiness. And even want to accept pain on their behalf. If you have someone like this in your life, you are very blessed, and you have the potential to then, everybody has this potential, but you have a nice foundation from which to expand and extend that to others. So we're moving from Shama, which is forgiveness, to Anugraha, which is favour, to then Karuna, which is compassion. Because wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a community of devotees that they weren't only not offending each other, but they also never took any offence. Like, why are children so free around their parents? Because they know the offence is nothing. The parent just doesn't feel offended. Especially babies, they'll kick you in the face, they'll pee on you, they'll do all sorts of things. They're not worried about making an offence. My parents, they love me, Not only do they love me, they think I'm wonderful no matter what I do. And not only that, they're ready to take away my pain whenever I feel it, isn't it?
Not all parents.
Huh?
Not all parents.
Not all parents, but good parents, yes. Good parents. So that's what I'm saying. If you have someone like this that you love like this, or you've been loved like this, then you're very blessed. Because when we've been loved like this, it is easier to love others because we have some template to go on. But ultimately Krishna feels like this about all of us.
Is there not the last word missing?
On there, yes, there is. Thank you, Prabhu. On their behalf. Because actually Krishna, even if we don't necessarily have a human experience, we actually have some impression and a constant experience really that Krishna forgives all of our mistakes very easily. He doesn't even take offense no matter how many times we turn away from him. He always thinks favorably of us. We are harder on ourselves than Krishna is. Okay, Prabhupada says this all the time. The reaction we get for what we do is a tiny little sprinkle of what we should be getting. Okay, and he is all too eager to take our pain away from us and to take it on himself. We know this from Haridas Thakur's pastime, where he's beaten in 20 marketplaces. And he is praying, please Lord, please forgive them, because they don't know what they're doing. They don't understand. Please forgive them. And he's able to survive 20 marketplaces like this of being beaten without a scratch on him, without a mark on him. In fact, he has to put himself in a trance in the river of being semi-conscious or appearing to be dead just so that these guards and soldiers or security people don't get killed by their king. But when he sees Lord Chaitanya, the next time he sees Lord Chaitanya, when Lord Chaitanya's chadar falls off his shoulder, he sees there's whip marks on Lord Chaitanya's body. And he's very disturbed, he's very upset. He said, why have you, what happened? And he says, well, when I saw those men beating you in those 20 marketplaces, you don't know the things I wanted to do to them. But then you just kept begging me to forgive them. So I had no choice but to lay my body across yours and protect you. Now, we want to aspire to be like this. We want to follow in these footsteps. We don't want to mimic this. Sometimes as devotees, we try to mimic this, right? And we tolerate all sorts of things, but we're not actually forgiving. We're not actually being compassionate. We're kind of just tolerating through gritted teeth, and it wears away at us. So it's better we break things down, see where we're at, because often we're not forgiving or we're struggling to forgive because something's happened before many times, or we've got previous patterns and all these things that, this baggage we carry, these anarthas, these previous hurts, this previous pain that continues to echo and leave an impression on all our current relationships. So we can't jump to being like Haridas Thakur, but that is our natural state. So rather than imitating it, we aspire to be like that, and we do the work we need to do to be insightful. And if we deal with the small hurts, because to be honest, I don't know how many of us in this room are going to be beaten in 20 marketplaces. Hopefully none of us will ever have to be beaten in 20 marketplaces. But if we can forgive the small things, then we're already very practiced and learned at the humble art of forgiveness. And then when the big things happen, it isn't so hard. It's just another layer. Have you all thought of someone that you love so much that you can forgive easily, that you have compassion, that you think of them favorably? Do you forgive yourself like this when you make a mistake? Is it easy to forgive yourself? Is it easy to still think of yourself favorably? And are you able to have compassion? Why are we focusing on these qualities? Yes, Prabhu?
About this, maybe it is easy for most people, or nearly all, only one not to come do that.
What do you mean?
Maybe it is possible that we can do all this with all people, only one not.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. If we can do it with one person, we can do it with everybody, because if we can love one person, becoming Krishna conscious means we can love everybody. That's what Krishna consciousness is. When we love Krishna, we love everybody. When we love everybody, we love Krishna. So the fact that we're able to do it with one person means great. That means I can also do it with others. What is the difference? Why do I love this person and don't love everybody else? What is the difference? This is important for us to understand, because often the one person we love, there is something we're getting from that relationship that we're not getting anywhere else. And so then we have to think, how transactional is my love? Do I only give myself where I get something in return? Because for many of us, our relationships are still transactional. But Goloka Vrindavan is not transactional. It's not transactional. Did you want to say something, Yadran?
Are you satisfied with the answer? I was thinking the opposite.
Oh, sorry, maybe I didn't understand. Do you want to explain?
Meant the opposite, that he can think like this, forgiving everybody except one person.
Sorry, I still don't
It's
understand.
one person that you cannot forgive, but all the others you can forgive. So this is this particular.
Okay,
But
okay,
if a
okay.
person cannot forgive to everybody else, you can't feel compassion.
Yeah, so that's the exercise we did yesterday. Find that person who you can't forgive, right? And that's important because even the person you can't forgive is important to you. If somebody doesn't mean anything to us, when they say something, you don't care, right? Do you care about what someone says to you? Like, do you resent them if you don't care about their opinion? No. So if we have this one person that we can't forgive, there's many elements. Either it's they, there's always some element of they are important to us in some way. Either because of a relationship, either because of their position, which is also a relationship, either because of our expectations of them, that we expect to be treated a particular way, not just us, but we expect them to treat other people a particular way, okay? Maybe they've done something repeatedly, that's why we find it hard to forgive them. So generally, even if there's only one person that you can't forgive, that will have an impact on your ability to forgive everybody else as well. It will have an effect. So the reason we're talking about these is because actually what we're doing here, a whole process of sadhana bhakti, a whole practice of Krishna consciousness, sambandha, abhideya and prayojana. Our means, our process is the same as the goal. We're loving Krishna. Who am I? Who is Krishna? And how do I love him? In this world and in the next party that we're going to. Because we are getting ready to go somewhere else. And when you go somewhere else, what do you think about? What do you think about when you're going to another place? What do you need to consider?
How are you going to get there?
How are you going to get there?
Okay, how are you going to get there? What else?
How far it is.
How far it is? What else? That's just planning the journey. Where is it? How am I going to get there?
What should you do there?
What you're going to do there. Okay, what you're going to do there. What else? How to dress. There we go, how to dress. What else do you think about?
What can you eat?
Hmm?
What can you eat?
What can you eat? Yeah. What can you eat? What else?
What to expect?
What to expect? Who said that? Yeah, what to expect?
What is your intention to go there?
Yes. Why do you want to go there? What else?
Which language you speak?
Which language they speak. Also, what's happening there? Like, what are the people there like? What attitude do you need to have? If you're going to a party, you're not going to go when you're feeling your most tired and, can't bring out your personality. If you're going to a party, like, okay, I've got to bring it. I've got to be in the mindset. I'm going to a party. And you get yourself in that mindset. You get dressed up like you're going to a party, right? You're going on Harinam, you go in the mindset, I'm going to use my voice, and I'm going to dance, and I'm going to be fired up. You're going off to work, you're going to have a professional attitude. We're going to Goloka Vrindavan. We know, we've got so many descriptions of what we eat there, what we wear there, what it looks like there, what it smells like there, what the activities are there like. But what are the attitudes in Goloka Vrindavan? In our eternal home, which is literally just behind a veil in front of our eyes. We just have to part that veil. What's the attitude there? Is it a party attitude? Is it a festival attitude? Is it a work attitude? What is it? What's the attitude?
Service attitude.
Service. What does this mean? What is service attitude? When do we serve?
When we love.
When we love. Everything there is born of love. Not born of fear. It's not born of envy. In fact, we're so fearless, and we're so envy-free. This is actually the state of Paradukha Dukhi. The wall that we put up between each other of envy, anger, greed, resentment, it's not there. It's not there at all. Radharani is celebrated as the topmost devotee because this overriding quality of being free of envy. She is the source of that, the embodiment of being envy-free. So because she's envy-free, she is able to move out of the way and allow somebody else to serve Krishna if she feels that they will be more pleasing to him. And because she's envy-free, she can feel every pleasure that they're feeling. We also have this capacity. The reason we can be servant of the servant of the servant of the servant is because there's no barrier. There's no barrier. So if at the source there's pleasure, we feel all that pleasure. So this veil isn't just about feeling, being in the past times or seeing the past times. This veil also blocks us being a recipient of the mercy. So if we create a spiritual world here by the quality of our relationships, then we're ready for the next party. You see what I mean? We're already living like that. It's the natural, that's where that's what we will attain. Whatever state one remembers at the time of death, that state ye shall attain. One who remembers me will attain me. He says, this is and he says, without fail. You'll attain the state without fail. A state of remembrance isn't just a logical, executive function of the brain and mind. Okay, it isn't, because you can put an image in front of someone's eyes. They may not necessarily want it. Okay, so if we're already living like where we're about to go, then not only do we go there, but we also invite and strengthen the presence of that realm here, because we carry it everywhere we go. And Krishna consciousness is, although we're doing these exercises that reflect on our hereditary and our environment and our experiences, they're really there to help us and to remind us that at the end of the day, it's not just about that. Krishna consciousness is about going beyond all of that. And that's why we're doing these exercises, to help us to transition out of that mindset, to remind us that we're not in ISKCON or Krishna consciousness to stay here. Okay, we're actually in Krishna consciousness to go to our real life. And we're not here to continue to just have transactional relationships. Nobody came to spiritual life just to carry on in the whole karmic cycle and just replace non-devotees with devotees. That's not what we signed up for. We don't just want to get wrapped up in this, chewing the chew just with devotees instead of non-devotees. We want to have uplifting spiritual relationships that quite literally surcharge the entire planet. Because what were we saying in the first session? That whatever happens between two people has an impact on the community around them. Whatever happens in the community has an impact on the city around them. City is like, the heartbeat for the country. A country is like a heartbeat for the entire planet. And that planet is like a heartbeat for the entire universe. And it all starts with us. Okay? So compassion, when we're looking at compassion and moving from being the person who forgives easily to being the person who holds people in high favor and still thinks favorably of them, to moving to being a person who's actually compassionate. One of the ways that we can become more compassionate and be more compassionate is because compassion is natural to us, it's a natural state, is to actually consciously sacrifice. Consciously sacrifice for the benefit of another. Okay, 3 things that are at play here. One is we must regularly be consciously sacrificing for the benefit of the other. Now, this doesn't have to be big things. Sacrifice sounds like such a huge thing. But in the small things, when you love someone, you automatically start to consciously sacrifice. I'm sure when you care about someone, you're making your plate and you see, oh, maybe there's not enough Mahaprasad left. Okay, I'll make their plate first, I'll set it aside, and I'll just take a little bit myself. These small acts of compassion, they add up. They align us with our true nature. And when we consciously sacrifice, not just because we're told to, not just we have to, not because we're fearful of if I'm not compassionate, I'll be seen as a bad devotee, or begrudgingly I have to because it's my service and there's hardly anything left and I'm serving prasadam today, and if I'm seen to be taking my plate and not saving anything for the other person, then they're going to think I'm a bad devotee, or guilt. even feeling guilty that, oh no, I should do this because I'll feel bad if I don't. But actually, consciously, I care about this person so much that, okay, I can take a little less today, just so that they have more. The impact of that, the power of that, that's so much more aligned with our true nature. And the second thing we can do to increase our compassion is also to bring Krishna into it. Bring Krishna into the relationship. Because we can ask him to help us. If we're not feeling compassion, if we're not feeling this level of compassion that I feel another person's pain so much that I'm willing to take it from them, or at least do something about it, we can bring Krishna into this. We can ask him for help to uplift our consciousness. See, anartha nivritti, when we are chanting in the mood of Krishna, please help remove my anarthas, he loves it when we start getting a little bit specific, because it shows him that we're conscious, we're aware of what we need to work on. Krishna, I'm really struggling with compassion. It sounds like sometimes I read Guru Maharaj's books, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's books, and he's, especially in the beggar books, he's got these really deep prayers. And in one of the prayers, he's speaking about how real compassion, Prabhupada's telling him, real compassion is when you're prepared to actually take the place of another person. Like Vasudev Dutt, he was willing to take on the sins of the entire planet. Prahlad Maharaj, the same, right? And so this mood to be willing to take on another feels so high and so far away. I read it sometimes thinking, and I read the descriptions in the beggar, and there's this beautiful prayer where Prabhupada takes Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj to different places, to see different groups of people, to see people who are hungry, to see people who have physical disabilities, to see people who are being mistreated. And every time he asks him, every time he's describing how he feels so much compassion, and Prabhupada asks him, do you feel enough compassion to actually take this person's place? Now, if we have that level of compassion, two questions might arise. Now, hang on a minute, won't I be interfering with their karma if I do that? Surely they're supposed to go through this for their own improvement. And the other question we might ask is, now, if I take on their karma and I destroy myself, I won't be able to do anything more. You know what? If I take off 10, I won't be able to do anything more. Now, this is the thing. It is so endearing to Krishna when we're compassionate. In fact, not only does he not really make so much change in our life, unless he feels that we can take it. He won't give us more than we can take, okay? But the second thing is he will make adjustments for the other person and may allow them to even pass a test by grace, by mercy. This is what being a Kripa Siddha is. This is what our spiritual masters do for us. This is what our Shiksha Gurus do for us. This is what Saintly Association does. That on our behalf, they make petitions and appeals to make our journey easier so that we're accepted. We are still only getting a little bit of the test that we should be getting because somebody is appealing on our behalf. Somebody's petitioning us. So bring Krishna into it. Bring Krishna into it. And my third point, I think I've already mentioned, that Guru helps us to know what to do and how to do it, but as unique individuals. So each of our spiritual masters and ultimately Srila Prabhupada. Yes, we have our 16 rounds, our 4 regulative principles, and we have the general guidelines that apply to everybody and work for everybody. But the way Guru comes through to us is unique. It's individualized. You know, and you see that very clearly in guru-disciple relationships, where disciples get some sort of sibling rivalry. Oh, I think my spiritual master likes this person more than me. I think my spiritual master treats this person better than me. Or my spiritual master treats me better than he or she treats this other person. You know, there's some sibling rivalry, some assessment of how am I loved. But Guru loves each disciple equally. Just like Krishna loves each person equally. But Krishna's relationship and Guru's relationship with each person is unique. It's unique to that individual. Unique to that individual. So I think it's important for us to remember that whilst Guru helps us to know what to do and how to do it, it is unique and it's individual. So have a look at what your spiritual master is designing for you in your life. Okay? And what this, following All three of these, consciously making sacrifices, involving Krishna, bringing him in, asking him to help to uplift our consciousness, and actually reminding ourselves that everything that's there for us has also been put into place by the spiritual master. And these personalities are constantly intervening, making our journey easier. So let's help relieve their burden, but also doing the same for others. This increases our compassion and love. This increases our compassion and love. So I want to actually do an exercise in compassion, and it's an extension of what we were doing yesterday. Okay? It's an extension of what we were doing yesterday. I want you to go back to where you ended your last exercise. Maybe you have space, or maybe you can find a different space. And take yourself back to the last question where you're looking at what you learnt from this difficult experience or this difficult person, or something that you learnt. Move back into this space of gratitude. Because gratitude is a space of favour, anugraha. You've learnt something. Okay? Previously you'd reflected on what justice would you want? What do you think would be the correct repercussions for this person's behaviour? What do they deserve for the way they behaved or what they said? Now that you've understood that them coming into your life, them interacting in the way that they've done, them saying what they did, doing what they did, has taught you something, and you're now in a space of gratitude. Rather than thinking about how or what would bring justice, think about what would be best for them. Look through the eyes of compassion. What would you like to see them receive, which would be in their best interests? Now remember, compassion is intelligent. It's kind and intelligent. Okay, so sometimes compassion means tough love. But if you're going to put down some tough love, if your statement is one of tough love. So for example, a child, if they're naughty, an act of compassion might be, okay, they need to take some time out and sit on the naughty step. Okay? But there's a purpose, there's a different intention behind that. One can go, okay, well, I want justice to be served, so you have to sit on the naughty step. Or out of compassion, I don't want you to turn into a belligerent child who doesn't know how to follow rules, so I'm going to put you on the naughty step. Then there's forgiveness, there's favour, and compassion. So what I'm inviting you to do is get yourself in a different mindset and a heart set, whether it's with yourself or with another person. What would be, under the umbrella of compassion, what would be in that person's best interests? What repercussions would be in the best interests of that person, and why?
I don't go to understand the question, sorry.
So before, we were looking at if somebody's done something hurtful to you, what justice should, what do you want to happen to them that you think, yes, this is a good reaction for them, right? This means I can forgive them if this happens. Now I want you to change it. Rather than thinking about justice, think about compassion. What would be the best thing for them? Not the best thing that you want to see, but actually the best thing for them. And maybe it is tough love. Maybe it's a number of things. Maybe there's some tough love. Maybe you want their Krishna consciousness to improve. There's a number of things. Maybe you simply want to forgive them because, and allow them to be able to see their mistakes so that they can grow. Everybody's suffering, even the person who's hurt us. And often the people who hurt us the most are the people who are suffering the most. if it helps you to think about, you know, the person from a compassionate place, and deciding what outcomes you'd like for that person, or the person that hurt you the most, I think remind yourself that that person means something to you, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to hurt you.
Can you say that again?
The person means something to you. You know, if you're thinking, I don't think this person's that important, it's hard for me to be compassionate towards them. You do actually, that person means something to you. Otherwise you wouldn't value their opinion or what they did to you so much. What I'd like you to do is now spend a few minutes speaking to someone next to you. You can work in pairs or threes, and I want you to compare how your justice outcomes were different from your compassionate outcomes. And even if some of them were similar, have you noticed a shift in your attitude and how you feel? Okay? So you had a list of things, or one or two things that you wrote down that you felt that this would do justice. If this happened to this person, this would do justice. This is before you started being grateful for them. And now we've moved to compassion. If you're thinking about them out of compassion, what would be the best outcomes for them? Compare and contrast your list. And you can work with the same person you spoke to yesterday, or you can speak to someone completely different. It doesn't matter. But I really want you to see the difference it's made, to think about it and feel from a different place. So maybe you wrap up in about a minute or so, start concluding your conversations. Okay, I'd love to hear from some of you if you're willing to share. Would anybody like to share any reflections, any shifts they noticed in just changing their attitude towards the other person in terms of outcomes? Yeah. Lovely. Thank you.
Yesterday, my idea of
You have
justice.
to hold it right here.
Yesterday, my idea of justice was to be, it was not to be justice, but to be understood.
Yes.
We spoke about that. And this time, by going through this exercise, it evolves, and with trying to recognize my own limits and be able to tell them and to see it and to say it to people as well. To avoid to go to a point where I am hurt or I hurt them or something like that.
Okay. So, yeah.
So
So,
go towards what I can do rather than what
yes. Sure. Nice. So you put the responsibility back on yourself.
Yeah.
Nice. But without guilt. There's no guilt there, right? It feels freeing, doesn't it? Like, oh yeah, I can. Okay, wonderful. Anyone else? Kamala.
I was thinking it's such a powerful exercise, actually. It's so empowering. I really felt like after doing it that, I had a big cloud on top of my head, and, to carry grudges and resentment, it's such a heavy thing to carry in your life. You don't even realize. I don't know, I just felt like free. And finally, I found a process by which, I can process, this kind of situation that keeps coming up in our lives, and I think it's very powerful. I felt really free. I felt like, okay.
I'm really pleased. And the more you do this, the lighter you'll feel. You'll be floating in the clouds. No, it's really powerful, because the thing is, we also, when we go through a process of forgiving the people who hurt us the most, the people who've hurt us the most are usually the people who mean the most to us. And if we can, the people who hurt us the most are usually the people who mean the most to us. They mean the most to us. They are very important to us in our life. And when we can forgive them, then forgiving other people becomes much easier. And then forgiveness becomes second nature, because actually it's our true nature. Right? So then it actually draws out many more qualities, and it makes us offenseless, but it also makes us less easily offended. And then in this way we become a real carrier of healing for the community. Because, people who are find it easy to forgive and are not easily offended, when you're around people like that, not only do you want to be like that and become like that, but their attitude is kind of contagious. And actually one thing I've seen in people, in devotees, when I see Vaishnavas who don't get offended easily and who forgive others quickly, and they've really genuinely got to that place. It's not driven by fear or guilt or anything, or what people will think of them. But when they're genuinely like this, I've noticed that Krishna always makes arrangements for them to be looked after and protected, even when they don't ask for it. It's like the entire universe comes together to look after them. And Maharaj talks about this a lot, that the more we serve, the more backed up we are. The more backed up we are, because we plug into the parampara much more deeply. And when we're connected to the parampara more deeply, we're not just backed up by our guru or our guru's guru, but we're backed up by all the acharyas. you know, and that's like an army of good wishes. But yeah, I really appreciate that you found it helpful. Thank you very much.
It's quite an amazing feeling to be able to share our love in that way, because like you said, you know, it's very connected to our true nature. So it really brings a lot of satisfaction. You know,
yeah. We're getting ready for our party. The spiritual world. Anyone else? Prabhu? Yeah. Okay.
We had this little conversation. Janava, she was saying it's easier for her to forgive others than to forgive herself. And she does something wrong to somebody. So then we came to this thing. It's actually also very important to be compassionate to yourself. That we make mistakes and we should forgive ourselves and understand what you're saying is coming from body and mind.
Yes.
We are not perfect in this world, although we would like to be. And then have that same compassion that you have for others. Like you could forgive others, but then in that way you should also be able to forgive yourself.
I mean, we can quite literally visualize our mind and ego, or mind and body, as an alter ego, because it's the false ego, like another person, right? When we over-identify, it's hard for us to forgive ourselves. We visualize that person as, okay, there's me, Krishna's beloved, and then there's this identity I have in this world, and the mistake's been made by the person in this world. So we can do that exercise almost as if we're talking about this other person, but it's the personality and persona we have in this world.
Like you not identifying with your mind.
Yes, yes, because we know who we are in this world. Does that make sense? Is that okay? Okay, Prabhu?
In that typical situation to that person, I should say or ask you was very anxious. You felt very anxious. So by this, I give her the possibility to say something of that situation.
Amazing.
And that I respect also.
Wow.
And it is.
That's amazing. So bringing it here allows you to understand possibly what they were feeling when they did what they did.
And by this, it is empowering. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very kind. So I was just going to close actually with these, all four of the technologies of community building from Spiritual Warrior 3. The exercises we've done are there to enable all of us to feel as if we can treat everyone we encounter as if the success of our spiritual life depends upon the quality of our interactions with them. This is the sum and substance of avoiding or transforming Vaishnava Aparadha. Remember the drawing I did of how Vaishnava Aparadha looks? That the reason we're unsteady is because it's not just we're steady and then there's a big ditch and then we're steady. For most people, especially before we get to Nishtha, it's we're almost on a daily basis holding some sort of offensive attitude towards someone. We're engaging in one of these, offensive activities, right? But we were saying that actually if you empower yourself with Vaishnav Seva, with these other attitudes which are the opposite attitude to the Vaishnava Aparadha, then we have a much healthier and empowering consciousness, and we're able to then able to treat everyone we encounter as if the success of our spiritual life depends upon the quality of our interactions with them. Okay? The previous one? Yeah, sure. The second one, and we did this briefly, but it's something you can also do yourselves. Reflect upon the person you love the most and aspire to treat everyone with that same quality of love. Now, this doesn't mean that if the person you love the most is, your romantic partner, you have to be romantic with everybody, or that if the person you love the most is your child, so you have to treat everybody as a child. That's just a one way of expressing, or it's one type of rasa. Okay? Even Krishna is unique in not just which ras he has with each of us, but how it manifests. So quality of love, aspire to treat everyone with the same quality of love. We use this very briefly in terms of looking at how easy it is to forgive, to hold favorably, and to be compassionate towards the people we love the most. So if we can aspire to be like that with everybody, just imagine, let's just say your child is the person you love the most. And somebody's hurt you. You think, if my child had done that to me, how would my mindset be different? How would my heart set be different? How would my conversation be different? Would I have acted earlier if it was my child? Because sometimes when we don't action something, it's not because we care about the person. We often do it because we're avoidant of the person or don't care about the person enough. Okay, especially when there's close relationships. Number 3, view all conflicts as your own fault first. Now, I said something about this in the first session. By fault, we also mean responsibility. Where is my responsibility in this? Even if the other person has done something absolutely incredulous, there is nobody in the world who will think that what they've done is good. By all standards, how their behavior is appalling. What's in my responsibility? What's in my circle of influence? What could I have done differently, either before, during, or after the event? And this can be very, it can be like taking a big weight off your shoulders. Because once you clarify what you could have done differently, then you can set about, okay, well, it's not too late to do this, or it's not too late to do that, or clarify this situation. Nothing is lost. Nothing is ever lost. And last but not least, and this is important, we forget this. We forget that the people in our present environment might very well be the people with whom we live out the rest of our life and who will be with us at the time of death. Now, whether this is the temple community or your families, the healthier our relationships are with the people in our immediate community, the more likely it is that we will leave this world not just in a healthy, loving manner, but ready, very ready to be with Radha Gopinath. Because we don't want to leave this world in a state where we avoid attachment so much we become averse to people. And aversion and avoidance is just as strong an attachment as affection is. In fact, if we have affection for people, it's easier to let them go. Because when we have affection for people, we are constantly offering them to Krishna. We're constantly praying for them. We're constantly blessing them. So when it comes to saying goodbye, it's easy because we know you're in good hands. Krishna will take care of you. But when we have avoidant, fearful relationships or resentment, we haven't been praying for them. We haven't been blessing them. We feel like there's unfinished business. And then come those last moments. And in those last moments, if we are unable to give more heart to Krishna and less attention to that resentment, then we will be pulled back by our resentment. We'll be held back by our resentment. I'm going to share this pastime because I actually got permission from Bhaktivedanta Maharaj to use it as an example before he left. When in the last few months that he was, preparing to depart, he got many emails and many letters from so many people. And many of them were to say goodbye, to have closure, or to get final instructions, or to tell him that they don't want him to leave. Okay, wishing that he stays. One of his godbrothers wrote to him very differently. And he said, "My dear brother, are you ready to go? Have you forgiven every single person that you need to, so that your heart is light and free and can embrace what Krishna is going to offer you?" And normally he would reply to emails very quickly. I'd show him the email, he'd dictate, I'd take down the answer, and I'd go and type and send it. He knew what he wanted to say. This one, he became very grave, and he went quiet, and he took some time. And I went away, came back, and he said, "Okay, can you call up this particular person?" And he named someone. "I want to meet with them." And he met with this person. They came a few days later, and he spent 6 hours speaking to them, I think. And when this person left, they left like the happiest person I've They were so happy. They were so happy when they left. And then I immediately went upstairs, and Guru Maharaj gave me the reply to send to his godbrother. He said, "When I first got your email, I was immediately going to say, yes, I have. But then I gave it some thought, and I realized that there was still something. But I have now, by your kindness and mercy, also let go of that. So now, yes, I can say, I've forgiven everyone and I'm ready to go. So I wanted to close with that pastime because Vaishnavas really teach us not through their words but by their example, when we have real life examples. And I do also just want to mention that, Maharaj, he wrote a series of books called Reflections on Sacred Teachings, which are his commentaries on various sacred texts, like he's done Sri Upanishad, Sri Shastakam, Madhurya Kadambini. This particular one, although it's not reflecting on one specific book, but it's called Radha Sunya, Missing Mercy, and it's all about aparads. And it was written in his final weeks here, and Rupa Vilas Prabhu is a Prabhupada disciple. He edited it, and I have some copies here. If devotees want, then please come and see me afterwards. It's just if you would like to read it. It's not a difficult read, and I think it may help you. Thank you so much. I'm only here for a couple more days, but this is the last of our seminars, and I'm going to give the Radhashtami class on Sunday, and then I leave. But it's been so nice being with all of you. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Radha Gopinath ki jai.
Jayo Jayo Gaurachande Arati Kashoba Arati Kashoba Janavi Tatavale Jagamanaloga Nakenenitacha Mame Gadadhara Dakenenitacha Mame Gadadhara Dakenenitacha Mame Gadadhara Nikate Advaita Shri Basa Chatradhara Nikate Advaita Shri Basa Chatradhara Nikate Basa Chatradhara Narahariya Vase Ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Vase Ratna Simhasana Boshi Ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Ratna Simhasane Aroti Korena Brahma Ajine Bhagane Arati Korena Brahma Ajine Bhagane Nara Hare Adi Kori Chamara Duraya Nara Hare Adi Kori Nara Hare Adi Kori Chamana Dulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Goshajigaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Goshajigaya Shankha Baje Kanta Baje Baje Karatala Shankha Baje Kanta Baje Baje Karatala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Shankha Baje Kanta Baje Madhur 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 Baje 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 Hariba 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 Gaura Hariba Baho Kote Chandrajini Padana Ujvala 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 Radhadesh Vanamala Kore Jalamala Narada Preme Gada Gada Shiva Vakati Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada Ke Bajayo Jaya Gaura Chandi Aratika Shobha Jayo Jaya Janadita Dabani Jagamana Loba Gaurangera Rotik Shobha Jago Jana Mana Lobha Jago Jana Mana Lobha Gaurangera Rotik Shobha Jago Jana Mana Lobha Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namah Vishnu Padaya
Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyadesatarine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya. Jaya Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Haribo, Haribo, Nitai Gaura. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Jagaran Baldev Subhadra ki, Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai, Shri Radha Gopinath Lalita Vishaka Devi ki jai, Shri Giriraj Maharaj, Bol Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramhamsa Parivrajikacharya Shrotar Shrotar Shishima A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramhamsa Parivrajikacharya Shrotar Shrotar Shishima Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Shri Tulsi Devi Maharani ki jai, Shri Panchatattva ki jai, Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai, Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai, Shri Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Maharani ki jai. Premstakor Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shri Gadadhar Shivasadi Gauru Bhaktananda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavana Madhuradam Ki Jai Nandi Madhuradam Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Pralada Lada 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 Hiranyakashipu Lakshaha Shilatan Kana Kalaye Shilatan Kana Kalaye Idon Risimho Paraton Risimho Yato Yato Yamitaton Risimho Nisimho Hridaya Nisimho Nisimha Madhim Sharanam Tapade Nisimha Madhim Avakara Kamalavare Naka Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringa Keshavatita Narahari Rupa Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Avatara Kama Naka Madhuta Shinda Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanumringa Keshavatita Narahari Rupa Jagadisha Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavatita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavatita Narahari Rupa Jaya Nisimhadev, Jaya Nisimhadev, Nisimhadev, Jaya Nisimhadev, Nisim. Jaya Nisimhadev, Jaya Nisimhadev, Nisimhadev, Jaya Nisimhadev. Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nittai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nittai Gaura Haribo, Nittai Gaura Haribo, Haribo. Nittai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Simdev Bhagavan ki jai, Bhaktaraj Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande Hare Bo, Krishna Book ki jai. Hare Krishna. Would like to meet with us today? Thank you. Welcome. Always. You're welcome. It's for the pleasure of you.
I'm going to Paris.
Maybe laying down. Wherever, no, just tell us second. So we can go and look at it and go down. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Yes, yes, almost got it. Reading all over the place today. Okay. You like to read with us? Yeah. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo We open up the Krishna book like every evening for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. We first start with the introduction mantra, the invocation to invoke auspiciousness and blessings. Please, Krishna, protect us. Please, Krishna, give us shelter. Please, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Raksha. Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Rakshama. Krishna, 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 pahi mam. Krishna, 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 Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshama. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Paimam. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Krishna Book Ki. Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jai. So, we continue on reading from the Krishna book as every evening. We read for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, who was so kind to translate this transcendental literature for us. And thus we can enter into the spiritual world by invoking auspiciousness and finding the right mantra key to enter into these pastimes of eternity. Thus, all our thoughts, minds, body, everything comes into harmony. It is the sublime method of connecting transcendentally to the supreme personality of Godhead. So we open up page number 400 to 401 in the chapter that is untitled Delivery of the Message of Krishna to the Gopis. So we start at page number 400 at the very top of the page. And don't worry, it's just Radharani talking to a bumblebee. Don't worry, Radharani is just inquiring about what is going on. So she, Radharani, addressed the bumblebee. Your master, Krishna, is exactly of your quality. You sit down on a flower, and after tasting a little honey, you immediately fly away and sit on another flower and taste. Similarly, only once did your master Krishna give me the chance to taste the touch of his lips, and then he left me altogether. I know also that the goddess of fortune Lakshmi, who is always in the midst of the lotus flower, is constantly engaged in Krishna's service. But I do not know how she has become so captivated by Krishna, and why she is so much attached to Krishna, although she knows his actual character. Maybe she is so much captivated by Krishna's sweet words that she cannot understand his real character. As far as we are concerned, we are more intelligent than the goddess of fortune. We are not going to be cheated anymore by Krishna or his messengers. According to expert opinion, Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, is a subordinate expansion of Srimati Radharani. As Krishna has numerous expansions of Vishnu Murtis, so his pleasure potency Radharani also has innumerable expansions of goddesses of fortune. Therefore, the goddess of fortune Lakshmi is always eager to be elevated to the position of the gopis. Srimati Radharani continued, "You foolish bumblebee, you are trying to satisfy me and get a reward by singing the glories of Krishna. But it is a useless attempt. We gopis are bereft of all our possessions. We are always from our homes and families. We are away from our homes and families. We know very well about Krishna. We know even more than you. So whatever you make up about him will be old stories to us. Krishna is now in the city and is better known as the friend of Arjuna. He now has many new girlfriends who are, no doubt, very happy in his association, because the lusty burning sensation of their breasts has been satisfied by Krishna. They are now happy. If you go there and glorify Krishna, they may be pleased to reward you. You are just trying to pacify me by your behavior as a flatterer, and therefore you have put your head under my feet. But I know the trick you are trying to play. I know that you are a messenger coming from an even greater trickster, Krishna. Therefore, please leave me. I can understand that you are expert in reuniting two opposing parties, but at the same time you must know that I cannot place my reliance upon you, nor upon your master, Krishna. We left our husbands, children and relatives only for Krishna, yet he did not feel any obligation in exchange. At last he left us forlorn. Do you think we can place our faith in him again? We know that Krishna cannot live for a moment without the association of young women. That is his nature. He is finding difficulty in Mathura because he is no longer in the village among innocent cowherd girls. He is in aristocratic society and must be feeling difficulty in making friendships with other young girls. Perhaps you have come here to canvass against or to take us there. But why should Krishna expect us to go there? He is greatly qualified to entice all other girls, not only in Vrindavana or Mathura, but all over the universe. His wonderfully enchanting smile is so attractive, and the movements of his eyebrows are so beautiful, that he can call for any woman from the heavenly, middle or plutonic planets. Even Mahalakshmi, the greatest of all goddesses of fortune, hankers to render him some service. In comparison to all these women of the universe, what are we? We are very insignificant. Krishna advertises himself as magnanimous, and he is praised by great saints. His qualification would be perfectly utilized if he would only show us some mercy, for we are so much downtrodden, and neglected by him. You poor messenger, you are only a less intelligent servant. You do not know much about Krishna, how ungrateful and hard-hearted he has been, not only in this life, but by his previous lives also. We have all heard this from our grandmother, Purnamasi. She has informed us that Krishna was born in a Kshatriya family previous to this birth, and was known as Ramachandra. In that birth, instead of killing Vali, an enemy of his friend, in the manner of a Kshatriya, he killed him just like a hunter. A hunter takes a secure hiding place and then kills an animal without facing it. So Lord Ramachandra, as a Kshatriya, should have fought with Vali face to face, but instigated by his friend, he killed him from behind a tree. Thus he deviated from the religious principles of a Kshatriya. Also he was so attracted by the beauty of Sita that he converted Shurpanakha, the sister of Ramana, into an ugly woman by cutting off her nose and ears. Shurpanakha proposed an intimate relationship with him, and as a Kshatriya he should have satisfied her, but he was so hand-packed that he could not forget Sita Devi and converted Shurpanakha into an ugly woman. Before that birth as a Kshatriya, he took his birth as a Brahmana boy known as Vamanadev and asked charity from Bali Maharaja. Bali Maharaja was so magnanimous that he gave him whatever he had, yet Krishna as Vamanadeva ungratefully arrested him just like a crow and pushed him down to the Patala kingdom. We know all about Krishna and how ungrateful he is. But here is a difficulty. In spite of his being so cruel and hard-hearted, it is very difficult for us to give up talking about him. And it is not only we who are unable to give up this talk, but great sages and saintly persons also engage in talking about him. We gopis of Vrindavana do not want to make any more friendship with that blackish boy. But we do not know how we shall be able to give up remembering and talking about his activities. Okay.
Page. I forgot. 402, yes. 403. 3.
402 since Krishna is absolute.
Since Krishna is absolute, his so-called unkind activities are as reliable as his kind activities. Therefore, saint persons and great devotees like gopis cannot give up Krishna in any circumstances. Lord Krishna therefore prayed, Krishna, you are free and independent in all respects, and can either embrace me or crush me under your feet, whatever you like. You may make me broken-hearted by not letting me see you through my whole life, but you are my only object of love. In my opinion, Srimati Radharani continued, no one should hear about Krishna because as soon as a drop of nectar of his transcendental activities is spewed into the ear, one immediately arises above the duality of attraction and reaction. Being completely freed from the contamination of material attachment, one gives up attachment for his material world, including family, home, wife, children, and everything else materially dear to every person. Being deprived of all material acquisitions, one makes his relatives and himself unhappy. Then he wanders in search of Krishna, either as a human being or in the species of life, even as a bird, and voluntarily accepts the profession of a mendicant. It is very difficult to actually understand Krishna, his name, his qualities, for his form, his pastimes, his paraphernalia, and his encourage.
Entourage. Who's this?
Entourage.
It's French.
It's French.
Okay.
Srimati Radharani continued to speak to the black messenger of Krishna. Please do not talk any more about Krishna. It's better to talk about something else. We are already doomed, like the black spotted she-deer in the forest who are enchanted by the sweet musical vibration of the hunter. In the same way we have been enchanted by the sweet words of Krishna and thinking of the rays of his tunnels again and again. We are becoming more and more lusty for his association. Therefore I request you not to talk of Krishna anymore. These talks of Radharani with the Bulbi messenger, including her accusing Krishna in so many ways, and at the same time expressing her inability to give up talking about him, are signs of topmost transcendental ecstasy called Mahabhava. The ecstatic Mahabhava manifestation is possibly only in the persons of Radharani and their associates. Great acharyas like Sri Rupa Goswami, Vishwanatha Chakravarti Thakur have analyzed these Mahabhava speeches of Srimati Radharani and described their different varieties such as Utgurna or bewilderment and Jalpa, Pratijalpa, or talking in different ways. These are the signs of Ujjvala or the brightest jewel of love. While Radharani was talking with the bee and the bee was flying hither and thither, it all of a sudden disappeared from her side. She was in full mourning due to the separation from Krishna and felt ecstasy by talk with the bee. But as soon as the bee disappeared, she became almost mad, thinking that the messenger bee might have returned to Krishna to inform him all about her talking against him. Krishna must be very sorry to hear it, she thought. In this way she was overwhelmed by another type of ecstasy.
Nice and
What?
loud so everyone can hear.
In the meantime, the bee, flying hither and thither, appeared before her again. She thought, Krishna is still kind to me in spite of the messengers carrying disruptive messages. He's so kind that he has again sent the bee to take me to him. Srimati Radharani was very careful this time not to say anything against Krishna. My dear friend, I welcome you. She said, Krishna is so kind that he has again sent you. Krishna is so kind that affectionate to me and that he has fortunately sent you back in spite of carrying my message against him. All good fortune to you, my dear friend. Now you may ask from me whatever you want. I shall give you anything because you are so kind to me. You have come to take me to Krishna because he is not able to come here. Being surrounded by new girlfriends in Madhura, but you are a tiny creature. How can you take me there? How will you be able to help me meet Krishna while he's taking rest there in the goddess of fortune and embracing her to his chest? Never mind. let us forget all these things about my going there or sending you. Please let me know how Krishna is faring in Mathura. Tell me if he still remembers his foster father, Nandana Maharaj, his affectionate mother, Yasoda, his coward friends, and his poor friends like us, the gopis. I'm sure he must sometimes think about us, how served him just like maid servants without any payment. Is there any possibility that Krishna will come back and place his guru-centered hand on our head? Okay, thank you. Please put all these inquiries to Krishna. Uddhava was standing near, and he heard Radharani talking in this way, as if she had become almost mad for Krishna. He was exceedingly surprised at how the gopis were accustomed to thinking of Krishna constantly in the topmost ecstasy of Mahabhava love. He had wrote a message in writing from Krishna, and now he wanted to present it before the gopis, just to pacify them. He said, "My dear gopis, your mission of human life is now successful. You are all wonderful devotees, Supreme Personality of Godhead, therefore you are eligible to be worshipped by all kinds of people. You are worshipable through the three worlds because your minds are wonderfully absorbed." Until here or more?
Until we are there.
He's the goal of all pious activities and realistic performance and such, even charity, rigidly following the austerity of wolves, undergoing severe penances and eating the fire of sacrifice. Is the purpose behind chanting different mantras, reading the Vedas, controlling the senses and concentrating the mind in meditation. These are some of the many different processes of self-realization and attainment of perfection of life. But actually they are meant only for realizing Krishna and detailing oneself in the transcendental loving serving the Supreme Personality of God. This is the last instruction of Bhagavad Gita also. There are descriptions of different processes of self-realization. At the end, Krishna recommends that one give up everything and simply surrender unto him. All the processes are meant for teaching one how to surrender ultimately unto the lotus feet of Krishna. Bhagavad Gita also says that this surrendering process is completed by a sincere person after executing the process of self-realization in wisdom and austerity for many words.
Okay. Now, question is, what is that feeling that she's talking about? The ecstasy. How can we imagine what is happening when such a feeling comes up?
I was just trying to understand something here. Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Sorry.
Dovetailing. Okay, dovetailing means, for example, when you put this microphone in the service of the Lord, means that this is not a normal microphone anymore. You dovetail it
into the service of Krishna, that microphone becomes a transcendental microphone, because it is now spiritual, of spiritual activities, not a normal microphone. So even the work of a factory man who is producing microphones, he is then dovetailing his work, his activities into Krishna consciousness. So likewise, all that we do, all that we eat, all that we give away, all that we spend our energy on can be dovetailed into the service of the Lord. It's a term from the carpentry, from putting wood to, like this thing here is dovetailed also. It's dovetailed into each other. It's very nice. It's almost like it's flying. Okay. There's paraphernalia and entourage. What is the entourage? Yes, it is French. What is it also? What does the word mean? Entourage? Krishna's entourage. Yes, what does that mean? Krishna's entourage. Yes, entourage means the ones that are accompanying you on the journey, or that are your followers, or your followers is probably a good translation. Followers, the ones that are following. Entourage. Okay. Since the perfection of such austerities was completely manifested in the lives of the gopis, Uddhava was fully satisfied upon seeing their transcendental position. He continued, "My dear gopis, the mentality you have developed in relationship with Krishna is very, very difficult to attain, even for great sages and saintly persons. You have attained the highest perfectional stage of life." Just pray. "It is a great boon for you that you have fixed your minds upon Krishna and have decided to have Krishna only, giving up your families, homes, relatives, husbands and children for the sake of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because your minds are now fully absorbed in Krishna, the Supreme Soul, universal love, has automatically developed in you. I think myself very fortunate that I have been favored by your grace to see you in this situation." Uddhava talking. When Uddhava said that, he had a message from Krishna. The gopis were more interested in hearing the messages than in hearing about their exalted position. They said, no, don't tell us how great we are. We want to hear more about Krishna. They did not very much like being praised for their high position. They showed their anxiety to hear the message of Uddhava, the message Uddhava had brought from Krishna. Uddhava said, "My dear gopis, I'm especially deputed to carry this message to you, who are such great and gentle devotees. Krishna has specifically sent me to you because I am his most confidential servitor." Uddhava did not deliver to the gopis the written message brought from Krishna, but he personally read it to them. That message was very gravely written, so that not only the gopis but all empiric philosophers might understand how pure love of God is intrinsically integrated with all the different energies of the Supreme Lord. Intrinsically integrated means included in the Supreme Lord. From Vedic information it is understood that the Supreme Lord has multi-energies, Parasya Shaktiya Vivittai Vashuyate. Also the gopis were such intimate personal friends of Krishna that while he was writing the message for them, he was so moved that he could not write distinctly. Uddhava, as a student of Brihaspati, had very sharp intelligence. So, Instead of handing over the written message, he thought it wise to read it personally and explain it to them. Uddhava continued, "These are the words of the personality of Godhead. My dear gopis, my dear friends, please know that separation between ourselves is impossible at any time, at any place, or under any circumstances, because I am all-pervading. This all-pervasiveness of Krishna is explained in the Bhagavad Gita, in both the 9th and 7th chapters. In the 9th chapter, Krishna described as all-pervasive in his impersonal feature. Everything rests in him, but he is not personally present everywhere. And in the 7th chapter, it is stated that the 5 gross elements, earth, water, fire, air, and sky, and the 3 subtle elements, mind, intelligence, and ego, are all his inferior energies. But there is another superior energy which is called the living entity. The living entities are also directly part and parcel of Krishna. Therefore, Krishna is both the material and the efficient cause of everything. He is always intermingled, means connected, with everything as cause and effect. Not only the gopis, but all living entities are always inseparably connected with Krishna in all circumstances. There's always full connection between us, living entities, and God. That is the highest theology, that we are always connected with God in love. The gopis, however, are perfectly and thoroughly in cognition of this relationship with Krishna, whereas the living entities, means us, under the spell of Maya, illusion, the illusory energy, are forgetful of Krishna. Wait, who's Krishna again? Who's that Krishna again? Who's that? Who is Krishna? Forgetful of Krishna and think themselves separate identities having no connection with him. That's our predicament. Okay, last paragraph. Love of Krishna or Krishna consciousness is therefore the perfection of real knowledge and understanding things as they are. Our minds can never be vacant. The mind is constantly occupied with some kind of thought, and the subject matter of such thought cannot be outside the 8 elements of Krishna's energy. One who knows this philosophical aspect of all thoughts is actually a wise man, and he is surrendered unto Krishna. The gopis are the epitome, means the peak, of the perfectional states of knowledge. They are not simple mental speculators. Their minds are always in Krishna. The mind is nothing but the energy of Krishna. Actually, any person who can think, feel, and will cannot be separated from Krishna. But the stage in which he can understand his eternal relationship with Krishna is called Krishna consciousness. The diseased condition in which he cannot understand his eternal relationship with Krishna is the contaminated stage, or Maya. Since the gopis are on the platform of pure, transcendental knowledge, their minds are always filled with Krishna consciousness. For example, as there is no separation between fire and air, there is no separation between Krishna and the living entities. When the living entities forget Krishna, they are not in their normal condition. As for the gopis, because they are always thinking of Krishna, they are on the absolute stage of perfection in knowledge. The so-called empiric philosophers sometimes think that the path of bhakti is meant for the less intelligent, but unless the so-called man of knowledge comes to the platform of bhakti, his knowledge is certainly impure and imperfect. Actually, the state of forgetfulness of our eternal relationship with Krishna is separation. But that is also illusory, because there is no such separation. The gopis were not situated in that illusory condition of life, or even from the philosophical point of view, for there was no separation. Uddhava continued reading Krishna's message, and so on and so forth. So I hope that gave some juice for journeying. Krishna book ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Gaurang Premanande. Krishna. Hari Hari. Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Pastyatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda
Srivasadi Gora Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Govinda. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Govinda, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. One more time together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Govinda Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo Bolo Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Radhe Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna. One more time together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Radha Gopinath. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Radhe. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Nitai Gaura Premanande, Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Jai, Nityananda Prabhu Ki Jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Vancha Kalpatarobhyascha Kripa Sindhobhya eva cha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.